Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The Forbidden Forest had always whispered secrets, but on this moonless autumn night, it screamed. Ancient trees bent and groaned against a wind that touched nothing else, their gnarled branches clawing at the star-strewn sky, as if warning the castle of what now stirred beneath their twisted roots. At the forest's edge, a barrier of magic older than Hogwarts itself, a web of silver light visible only to those who knew to look for it, shuddered once, twice, then unraveled like frost before flame. Within the Slytherin dormitory, Elendor Blackwood woke gasping, his pale skin sheened with sweat despite the dungeon's perpetual chill. The dream again, shadows pouring from the forest like spilled ink, consuming everything in their path. Except this time, the nightmare had followed him into wakefulness. A strange pressure built behind his eyes, and when he finally managed to blink away the pain, the world had changed. Spectral trails of opalescent light now shimmered across the stone floor, handprints and footprints that belonged to no living student. By morning, the first disappearance was reported. A third-year Hufflepuff had vanished from his bed, leaving behind nothing but a faint luminous smudge on his bedpost that only Elendor could see. "You're seeing what? Exactly?" Cassandra Weasley's voice carried across the empty classroom with characteristic Gryffindor boldness, though she kept her distance, copper-red hair framing a face set with suspicion. The animosity between their families stretched back generations, a blood feud predating even the famous Potter-Malfoy rivalry. Elendor's patience, already threadbare from 3 sleepless nights, threatened to snap entirely. "I told you, Weasley, marks, trails." Like something dragged those students away, but invisible to everyone except me. He ran fingers through raven black hair, inadvertently revealing the birthmark at his temple, a swirl of darker skin resembling a half-unfurled shadow. "And before you suggested, no, I'm not responsible." Cassandra's eyes narrowed, but not with accusation. "I know that," she said, surprising him. "You're many things, Blackwood, arrogant, cold, irritatingly brilliant at potions, but you're not that." She stepped closer, freckled nose crinkling as she studied his face. "The real question is, why you? Why can only you see these traces?" The classroom door creaked open before he could answer. Professor Thorne, the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, peered in with avian sharpness, her silver-streaked hair pulled severely back. "Discussing the disappearances, I presume. Admirable initiative, but perhaps your time would be better spent with those of your own houses." Something in her tone, dismissive yet probing, triggered a warning flare in Elendor's mind. When she departed, he whispered, "She left marks too, different from the others, darker." Cassandra's expression shifted from skepticism to unwilling partnership in the space of a heartbeat. "Library," she said simply. "Now." The restricted section yielded nothing until Cassandra, displaying the uncanny Weasley knack for finding trouble, discovered a leather-bound tome concealed behind a false panel. Guardians of the Veil contained no author's name, Yet its pages chronicled a secret history of Hogwarts, one where Salazar Slytherin was not merely a founder but a warden, tasked with containing ancient entities that had dwelled in the forest long before human magic wielders arrived. The Umbral Court, Elendor read, voice dropping to a reverent whisper. Charter beings of shadow that feed on magical essence, draining wizards of power and eventually life itself. His finger traced an illustration showing wraith-like creatures with elongated limbs and hollow eyes. They were imprisoned beneath the forest by 7 warlocks, including Malachi Blackwood. Cassandra leaned closer, her earlier hostility forgotten in the face of discovery. Your ancestor, great-grandfather, 16 generations removed. Elendor turned the page to reveal a cloaked figure wielding what appeared to be living darkness. He created something called the Shadow Mantle, a relic that allowed him to see and command the Umbral Court. It nearly consumed him, but not before he helped establish the barrier. A barrier now broken, releasing creatures that only a Blackwood could see. The headmistress's office buzzed with urgent conferences as ministry officials arrived to investigate the disappearances, 5 students and 2 staff members in a single week. Reports from Centaur scouts suggested unusual activity in the forest, but Minister Weasley's team dismissed them as unrelated incidents, focusing instead on the theory of a rogue wizard infiltrating school grounds. "As they're looking in the wrong direction," Cassandra whispered as she and Elendor eavesdropped from an adjacent corridor. "These ministry fools wouldn't recognize an umbral if it was draining them dry." Elendor shushed her, attention fixed on Professor Thorne, who stood apart from the others, her expression carefully neutral as she listened to the minister's pronouncements. Surrounding her feet, visible only to Elendor, swirled tendrils of darkness, unlike the luminous trails left by the Umbral Court's victims. "She knows," he breathed. "She knows what's really happening." Later that night, they followed Thorne to her office, watching through a crack in the door as she removed a small obsidian box from a hidden compartment. Inside lay what appeared to be a shard of black crystal that drank in the candlelight around it. A fragment of the barrier, Cassandra guessed. She must have been the one to break it. But why? Elendor wondered. What could possibly be worth releasing the Umbral Court? The answer revealed itself in Thorne's next actions. She placed the crystal shard against her forehead, where it sank beneath her skin like a drop of water into parched earth. Her body convulsed once, then straightened with unnatural stillness. When she spoke, it was in 2 overlapping voices, her own and something ancient and hollow. "The 7th sacrifice approaches. Soon the key will manifest, and the renewal can begin." The Chamber of Requirement transformed itself into a nexus of ancestral memory when Elendor concentrated on his desperate need to understand his family's connection to the Umbral Court. Bookcases gave way to stone walls inscribed with the Blackwood family tree, branches extending back a millennium, certain names pulsing with malevolent light. "Your family didn't just help imprison the Umbral Court," Cassandra observed, tracing the glowing names with careful fingers. "They were its keepers across generations, guardians." Elendor approached the wall where his own name appeared, the last on a branch that had dwindled to near extinction. Above it hung a portrait unlike the others, a figure shrouded in what appeared to be living shadow, only eyes of piercing silver visible within the darkness. "Malachi," he whispered, and the portrait's eyes fixed upon him with cold recognition. "Blood of my blood," the portrait replied in a voice like stone, grinding against stone. "The mantle passes to you in the hour of breaking. Will you take up the burden, child of my line? Will you bind what has been freed?" Before Elendor could respond, the wall beside the portrait shimmered and became transparent, revealing a small alcove containing a folded garment of impossible blackness, a cloak that seemed crafted from solidified night, silver runes glimmering along its hem. The Shadow Mantle, Cassandra breathed, instinctively stepping back. Elendor, don't! But his hand had already reached for the ancient relic, fingers brushing fabric that felt simultaneously like liquid and smoke. Visions flooded his mind, ancestors donning the mantle across centuries, commanding shadows, sacrificing pieces of their souls to maintain the barrier, slowly being consumed by darkness until new blood took up the burden. He recoiled, heart pounding. I can't. I won't become. The portrait's silver eyes narrowed. Then the umbral court will feed until nothing remains. Is your soul worth more than all who dwell within these walls, heir of Blackwood? The seventh disappearance, a first-year Ravenclaw, triggered a school-wide lockdown. Students huddled in the Great Hall as ministry officials strengthened protective enchantments that Elendor knew would prove useless against shadows that slipped between worlds. Cassandra sat beside him at the Slytherin table, their house divisions forgotten in the face of shared knowledge and mounting fear. Thorns gathering them for some purpose, she whispered, nodding toward the defense professor who stood vigilant near the main doors. The book mentioned a renewal ritual requiring 7 sacrifices, magical essence distilled through fear before consumption. The key will manifest, Elendor quoted. What if that's me? What if my ability to see them, my bloodline? What if I'm the key she's been waiting for? Cassandra's hand found his beneath the table, warm and steady. Then we use that. We turn her plan against her. The plan formed quickly, dangerously reckless in true Weasley fashion, but with a Slytherin's calculated precision. As night fell, they slipped away from the crowded hall, Elendor following the spectral trails only he could see, leading deep into the dungeons where the castle's oldest foundations met natural caverns beneath the lake. There, in a chamber whose walls glittered with raw magic crystallized over centuries, they found the missing students and staff suspended in webs of shadow, life and magic slowly draining into a central pool of darkness. Professor Thorne stood before it, arms raised, the crystal shard now fully emerged from her forehead, pulsing in time with the pool's ripples. The final essence approaches, she intoned in that doubled voice. The heir comes to complete the circle. Elendor stepped forward, drawing her attention while Cassandra circled behind, wand ready. You broke the barrier, he accused. You're not just working with the Umbral Court. You're one of them, wearing a human form. Thorne's face split in a smile too wide for human muscles. Clever child. My kind have waited centuries to reclaim what was stolen from us. This castle stands on our ancient feeding ground, the nexus of magical ley lines that sustained us before wizards learned to harness such power. Her form rippled, human features momentarily giving way to a gaunt, shadow-wreathed visage. Your ancestor betrayed his oath to us. He promised symbiosis but delivered imprisonment. And now you'll drain Hogwarts dry, Elendor said, stalling as Cassandra worked to free the captives. Every student, every teacher, all to restore your court. Not all, Thorne countered. The worthy will be transformed, starting with you, heir of Blackwood. Your bloodline carries our essence now, diluted but potent, the perfect vessel to bridge our worlds. She lunged with inhuman speed, fingers elongating into shadow claws that tore through the air where Elendor had stood a moment before. Years of Quidditch training as a seeker had honed his reflexes, but even so, darkness grazed his cheek, leaving numbing cold in its wake. Cassandra's spell, a binding charm aimed at the crystal in Thorn's forehead, missed as the creature twisted in ways no human spine would allow. Shadows erupted from the pool, coalescing into forms that vaguely recalled the illustrations from the ancient book, reaching for the semi-conscious captives with hungry intent. In that moment of crisis, the choice that had haunted Elendor crystallized into certainty. He reached into his robes and withdrew the Shadow Mantle, which he had taken from the Chamber of Requirement despite his fears. Its fabric writhed in his hands, eager to envelop him, to complete a bond, centuries in the making. "Elendor, no!" Cassandra cried, recognizing both his intent and its likely cost. "No other way," he replied simply, meeting her gaze with calm resignation. Then, with a single fluid motion, he swept the mantle around his shoulders. Power surged through him, intoxicating, overwhelming, ancient. The birthmark at his temple burned and spread, shadow veins extending across his skin like branching lightning. His vision transformed, the world resolving into layers of light and darkness, magical essences visible as brilliant auroras around living beings. The umbral court creatures appeared as voids in this landscape, hungry emptiness seeking to devour the light. "I am Elendor Blackwood," he declared, voice resonating with power not entirely his own. "Heir to the Shadow Mantle, guardian of the veil between worlds. You will release your captives and return beyond the barrier," Thorn hissed, her form dissolving further into her true nature. "You cannot command us half-blood. The mantle is a tool, not true power. Your soul already begins to fade within it." She was right. Elendor could feel the mantle feeding on him, even as it empowered him, ancient hunger awakening after long dormancy. But in this moment between moments, he glimpsed understanding his ancestors had missed. The mantle was never meant to control the shadows, but to balance them. "I don't command," he said softly. "I offer covenant." He extended his hand, now wreathed in shadow identical to the creatures before him. "Return what you have taken. Accept boundaries that allow both our kinds to thrive. The castle will honor its debt to your court, magical essence freely given rather than stolen, shadows acknowledged rather than feared." Cassandra moved to his side, her wand lowered but ready. "A new pact," she added, "witnessed by Weasley and Blackwood together, ancient enemies united in common cause." Thorn paused, alien intelligence calculating behind eyes, now entirely black. The crystal at her forehead pulsed uncertainly. "Renewal comes in many forms," Elendor pressed, feeling the mantle's hunger straining against his will. "Choose cooperation over consumption." For a heartbeat that stretched to eternity, shadow hung in perfect balance with light. Then, with a sound like 1,000 whispers, the umbral court receded from their victims, swirling around Elendor and Thorn in a vortex of negotiation older than language itself. By dawn, a new barrier glimmered at the forest's edge. Not a prison this time, but a boundary marker, permeable to those who knew its secret. The Shadow Mantle hung lighter on Elendor's shoulders, still dangerous but no longer consuming, its purpose transformed from dominion to diplomacy. And if sometimes shadows gathered more thickly around the young Slytherin, as he and his unlikely Gryffindor ally walked the castle halls, their houses watching with mingled fear and respect, well, such was the price of peace between ancient powers. Some burdens could be shared but never relinquished, some legacies transformed but never escaped. In the heart of the Forbidden Forest, where darkness had always been more than mere absence of light, the umbral court danced beneath a moonless sky, celebrating not victory or defeat, but something far rarer in the long memory of magical Britain, equilibrium. Story 2. Winter had never breached the ancient walls of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Not truly. For 1,000 years, while Scottish blizzards raged beyond its enchanted windows, the castle's hallways remained bathed in golden warmth, its great fireplaces dancing with flames that seemed to whisper secrets from ages past. But on the morning when the first hearth went cold, the massive fireplace in the Gryffindor common room, whose embers had never once died since Godric himself kindled them, something ancient stirred beneath the foundations of the magical world. Students huddled in cloaks never before needed indoors, their breath crystallizing before them as they hurried between classes. Frost patterns like ancient runes spread across stone walls where warmth had always prevailed. When the second fireplace extinguished in the great hall during breakfast, flames hissing into darkness as if drowning, even the headmistress's composure faltered. "We've sent for help," Professor McGonagall announced, her voice steady despite the tremor in her aged hands. "Someone with specialized knowledge." That evening, as twilight cast long purple shadows across the snow-blanketed grounds, a solitary figure appeared at the edge of the forbidden forest. She walked with the measured grace of one accustomed to perilous paths, her crimson cloak billowing around her like living flame against the pristine white landscape. Those watching from tower windows whispered her name with reverence and apprehension: Seraphina Flamel, last descendant of the legendary alchemist and keeper of fire magic so rare it was believed extinct. The headmistress's office had always been the warmest chamber in Hogwarts, but now even the Phoenix Perch stood empty and cold, Fawkes having vanished weeks earlier without explanation. Seraphina removed her gloves slowly, revealing hands marked with intricate burn patterns that seemed to shift and glow beneath her skin like embers. 4 hearths extinguished in 2 weeks, McGonagall explained, gesturing toward ancient maps of the castle spread across her desk. The temperature drops further with each one. The hospital wing is overflowing with cases of magical frostbite, injuries that resist conventional healing. "And the pattern?" Seraphina asked, her voice carrying the faint melody characteristic of those who speak often with flame. "Seemingly random. Different towers, different houses." "Nothing in Hogwarts is random," Seraphina murmured, her amber eyes studying the castle's layout. "These hearths are connected to something deeper, something foundational." She traced a finger between the extinguished fireplaces, revealing an invisible pattern. "They're forming a binding circle. Someone is systematically unraveling the castle's primary ward structure." The office door opened, admitting a tall figure whose severe black robes seemed to absorb what little light remained in the room. Despite his apparent youth, no more than 35, silver streaked his dark hair, and a jagged scar traced from his right temple down his neck, disappearing beneath his high collar. "Professor Mortimer," McGonagall introduced, "our defense against the dark arts instructor. He's been researching the phenomenon since it began." Drevon Mortimer inclined his head slightly, his steel-grey eyes assessing Seraphina with undisguised skepticism. "The renowned pyromancer. I've read your work on elemental binding. Fascinating theory, if somewhat impractical." Seraphina's smile didn't reach her eyes. "Theory shapes practice, Professor. Something your published work on ice binding conveniently overlooks." The tension between them crystallized like frost on glass. McGonagall cleared her throat. "Professor Mortimer discovered unusual magical signatures around the affected hearths. Traces of magic not seen since the Frost Revolt of 1423, Mortimer finished. When winter elementals attempted to infiltrate magical settlements, they were driven back by firebinders who created a network of eternal flames as wardstones. His gaze flicked to Serafina. Your ancestor among them, I believe. Nicholas had help, Serafina corrected. The eternal flames were bound to something more powerful, something that could sustain them across centuries. Her fingers traced the Hogwarts crest, embossed on the edge of McGonagall's desk. A heart of immortal fire. The castle's depths had never known daylight. Centuries of magic had seeped into the very stones, creating passages that seemed to breathe with ancient power. Serafina followed Mortimer through labyrinthine corridors, her spelled lantern casting shadows that danced like mischievous spirits across moss-covered walls. The founders built Hogwarts atop a convergence of elemental ley lines, Mortimer explained as they descended yet another winding staircase. Fire, earth, water, air, all flowing together beneath the castle, creating a nexus of magical energy unlike anywhere else in Britain. Perfect for anchoring protective enchantments, Serafina noted, studying the increasingly elaborate rune sequences carved into the passage walls, or for binding something that required extraordinary power to contain. Mortimer glanced back at her, something unreadable flickering in his eyes. Does your grandfather's journals never mention the Heart of Phoenix directly? How did you learn of its existence? Family secrets aren't always recorded in books, Professor. The burn marks on her hands pulsed subtly, responding to the strengthening magic around them. Some knowledge can only be passed through blood and fire. They reached a circular chamber where 4 tunnels converged. At its center stood an ancient pedestal carved from volcanic stone, its surface etched with symbols so old they predated modern magical language. The pedestal stood empty, a shallow depression at its top suggesting something had once rested there. It's gone, Mortimer breathed, genuine shock breaking through his composed facade. The heart was here 2 days ago, when I discovered this chamber. Serafina approached the pedestal slowly, her trained senses reading the magical residue like a complex text. No, she corrected, passing her hand through the air above the depression. It's still here, but it's failing. See how the ambient magic ripples. The heart is phasing between our reality and somewhere else, like a flame struggling to find fuel. She placed her palm directly on the pedestal, and the burn marks on her skin flared with sudden golden light. The chamber responded, dormant runes along the walls and floor illuminating in sequence, revealing an elaborate arcane pattern centered on where they stood. The eternal flame network, she whispered, just as the legends described. Every hearth in Hogwarts draws from this single source, and something is extinguishing it. Mortimer's voice had changed subtly, a resonant undertone emerging that hadn't been present before. Something hungry. When Serafina looked up, she gasped involuntarily. Frost patterns were spreading from Mortimer's feet across the chamber floor, and his breath now misted before him, despite the relative warmth of the underground room. His eyes had taken on an unnatural blue luminescence. How long have you been fighting it? She asked quietly, understanding dawning. Mortimer's laugh held no humor. Since I was foolish enough to explore ice caves in the far north where ancient things sleep, 10 years battling for control of my own body against a winter spirit that should have remained imprisoned for eternity. He gestured to his silver-streaked hair, his scarred face. And it marks me more with each passing year. I came to Hogwarts seeking warmth, hoping the castle's famous hearths might give me respite. But instead, it sensed the heart, Serafina concluded. And while you sleep, it works to extinguish the flames. I haven't slept in 3 weeks, he admitted, but its influence grows stronger regardless. He stepped back from the pedestal, Frost retreating slightly. You should alert McGonagall. Have me confined before it does more damage. Instead, Seraphina reached into her robes and withdrew a small crystal vial containing what appeared to be liquid sunlight. My grandfather wasn't just an alchemist. He learned flame binding from my grandmother, knowledge passed down from the original firekeepers. Her eyes met Mortimer's with unexpected gentleness. There's a reason I recognized your condition immediately. Snow fell heavily across Hogwarts grounds as midnight approached. In the astronomy tower, students who should have been observing celestial movements instead pressed against windows, watching in awe as ghostly blue flames erupted from the castle's foundations, racing along ancient mortar lines until the entire structure was outlined in cold fire. Deep below, Seraphina knelt at the center of the runic circle she had spent hours reconstructing, channeling her inherited fire magic into the dormant heart of Phoenix, a crystalline ember no larger than her fist, yet containing enough power to warm a castle for a millennium. Across from her, Draven Mortimer stood within a binding circle of his own, frost emanating from his trembling form as the winter spirit within him fought against the containment spell. It's too strong, he gasped, ice crystals forming at the corners of his eyes. You should have let McGonagall contain me. The heart was created to balance, not merely to warm, Seraphina interrupted, her voice steady despite the effort draining her. The burn marks on her skin had spread, covering both arms now with intricate patterns that glowed like molten gold. Fire cannot exist without air, earth without water. The founders understood this when they built Hogwarts on the elemental crossroads. She uncorked the crystal vial with her teeth, its contents illuminating her determined face. My ancestors bound only the fire aspect of the heart, creating imbalance over time. That's why it's failing now, why it became vulnerable to your winter spirit's influence. Understanding dawned in Mortimer's eyes. You're not trying to expel the spirit. I'm binding it to the heart alongside the fire element, creating the balance that should have existed from the beginning. She met his gaze steadily. But I need your cooperation. The spirit must be freely offered, not taken. Around them, the castle groaned as ancient magics shifted. In dormitories throughout Hogwarts, students woke to find frost retreating from windows, revealing a night sky suddenly ablaze with shooting stars. Hearths that had stood cold for weeks kindled spontaneously, their flames burning with unusual intensity, gold and blue intertwined in hypnotic dance. In the chamber of the heart, Draven stood at a crossroads of his own. The spirit has been part of me for so long, he whispered. I don't know who I am without its presence. Someone new, Seraphina answered simply. Someone free. He closed his eyes, frost patterns retreating from his skin as he made his choice. Take it. Seraphina poured the vial's contents. Distilled phoenix tears collected over centuries onto the heart crystal. The liquid spread across its facets before absorbing inward, causing the ember to pulse with renewed vitality. She spoke words in a language older than Hogwarts itself, her voice resonating with power that drew answering hums from the castle stones. The winter spirit emerged from Mortimer reluctantly, a swirling vortex of pristine blue-white energy that fought against the pull of the heart. Seraphina's hands, wreathed in golden flame that didn't burn, captured the essence and guided it with gentle persistence toward the crystal. Not to imprison, she assured both spirit and man, but to transform, to make whole what was divided. When the spirit finally merged with the heart, the resulting flash of magic rippled outward like a shockwave. Throughout the castle, hearths transformed, flames now burning with cores of blue within gold, providing both warmth and a crisp clarity that sharpened the mind. Frost patterns remained on windows and walls, but now as beautiful crystalline decorations rather than creeping cold. Draven Mortimer collapsed as the spirit left him, decades of tension releasing at once. The silver in his hair remained, but the scar that had marked his struggle began to fade. Seraphina, her strength nearly exhausted, placed the renewed heart back upon its pedestal, where it pulsed with dual energies perfectly balanced within its crystalline structure. "Dakuchin, the guardian of eternal flames," she murmured, watching as the heart's magic reconnected with Hogwarts' network of fireplaces, now guards the eternal frost as well. Outside, the blizzard gentled into softly falling snowflakes that glowed with inner light as they descended upon the castle grounds. Inside, students and professors alike marveled at hearths whose flames now brought not only warmth to the body, but also clarity to the mind, the twin gifts of fire and frost working in harmony for the first time in a millennium. And in the chamber beneath it all, a pyromancer helped a man no longer possessed to his feet, both forever changed by the balance they had restored, and by the understanding that sometimes what appears to be our greatest burden might become, when properly transformed, our most powerful gift. Story 3. Dawn broke over Hogwarts Castle with an unnatural light, not the soft gold of morning, but a pulsing amethyst glow that cast long, twisted shadows across the ancient grounds. Students and professors alike paused at windows and doorways, breath fogging the glass as they beheld the impossible. Where yesterday had stood only the misty edge of the forbidden forest, now rose a tower of obsidian and moonstone, spiraling toward the heavens like a thorn from some ancient wound in the earth. Thaddeus Ollivander stood transfixed at the edge of the lake, his reflection rippling alongside the tower's imposing silhouette. Unlike the others who saw merely stone and mystery, Thaddeus perceived the currents of magic flowing around and through the structure, ribbons of luminescent power in colors no ordinary eye could discern. They pulsed with a rhythm like heartbeats, yet discordant, as if multiple hearts struggled against one another within those dark walls. "You see it too, don't you?" The voice startled him from his reverie. And not just the tower, but what flows within. Thaddeus turned to find a young woman with eyes the precise silver blue of unicorn tears. Her robes bore the insignia of the Department for Regulation and Care of Magical Creatures, yet she carried herself with the wary tension of someone far beyond her apparent years. "Lyra Scamander," she offered, extending a hand adorned with an unusual ring, silver and amber, within which swirled what appeared to be captured starlight. Thaddeus Ollivander. He accepted the handshake, noting how the magical currents around her fingers intertwined with his own in patterns he'd never witnessed before. "Seventh generation. And yes, I see something. Though I couldn't name what I'm seeing." Lyra's gaze returned to the tower, where windows like narrowed eyes had begun to glow from within. "Nobody could. That's why they've summoned you from London. The Ministry needs a wand maker who can perceive magical signatures directly. And they need me because—" She hesitated, fingers unconsciously tracing the contours of her ring. "Because sometimes, to understand the future, one must remember the distant past." The interior of the tower defied architectural logic. Corridors curved in gentle arcs, only to double back upon themselves at impossible angles. Staircases ascended towards ceilings that, upon approach, revealed themselves as floors. Throughout it all ran veins of luminescent crystal that pulsed in that same arrhythmic pattern Thaddeus had observed from outside. "The Forgotten Tower," explained Headmaster James Potter as he led their small expedition, consisting of himself, Thaddeus, Lyra, and two grim-faced unspeakables from the Department of Mysteries. mentioned in exactly 3 texts in the Hogwarts library, and always as legend rather than history. It supposedly vanished during the Founders' era, after housing something too dangerous even for them to control. And now it's back, observed the taller, unspeakable Hyperion Blackwood, whose family's notorious history with dark artifacts made him both valuable and suspect for such a mission. Just as the centaurs have begun prophesying doom for the wizarding world, they ascended yet another spiraling staircase, this one carved with runes that shifted position when not directly observed. Thaddeus traced his fingers along them, feeling them warm beneath his touch. "These aren't decorative," he murmured. "They're active enchantments, still drawing power from somewhere." "From everywhere," Lyra corrected, her voice tight with apprehension. "That's what the legends in my family's grimoire suggest. The tower feeds on ambient magic, harvests it like a farmer reaps wheat." The second unspeakable. Imogen Crane, whose specialty remained classified even to her companions, spoke for the first time. That would explain the reports we've been receiving. Spellwork becoming unpredictable at Hogwarts. Potions failing despite correct ingredients. It's as if the magic is being siphoned away, James finished, concern etching deeper lines into his already careworn face. The resemblance to his famous father was striking, though his eyes carried a scholarly weight the elder Potter had never possessed. They reached a circular chamber at what seemed to be the tower's heart. Unlike the rest of the structure, this room was crafted of pale marble veined with gold. At its center stood a plinth of obsidian, atop which hovered a crystalline orb that contained what appeared to be a galaxy in miniature, stars and nebulae swirling in endless patterns. "The Oracle," Lyra whispered, and something in her tone made Thaddeus glance sharply at her. The magical currents around her body had intensified, taking on the same rhythm as those pulsing through the tower walls. Before any could respond, the orb flared with blinding light. When their vision cleared, the galaxy within had rearranged itself into the unmistakable form of a human face, androgynous, ageless, its eyes pools of cosmic darkness. "The heirs return," it intoned, voice resonating not through air but through the very stones beneath their feet. The one-shaper with eyes that pierce veils, the guardian whose blood carries the price of binding, the fallen house rising once more from shadow, the leader whose name echoes glory now faded. The oracle's gaze seemed to fix upon each of them in turn, lingering longest on Lyra, whose face had drained of all color. Hear now what comes. The wellspring falters, the anchors decay. When the solstice moon rises thrice, the hunger will break its chains. Magic will devour itself, and in that devouring, the world of wands and wisdom ends. Unless the sacrifice is renewed, unless the unmaking is remade, unless the blood price is paid again. The orb dimmed, the face dissolving back into cosmic swirls, leaving a chamber thick with tension and unanswered questions. "Well," said Hyperion with forced lightness, "that was appropriately cryptic and terrifying." James turned to Lyra, whose composure had fractured visibly. "Miss Scamander, you recognize something in that prophecy. The guardian whose blood carries the price of binding. It was referring to you, wasn't it?" Lyra's hand closed protectively around her ring. "Not just to me, to my family. To a truth we've kept buried for 20 generations. Her eyes met Thaddeus's with unexpected intensity. "The tower isn't housing an oracle, it's housing a prison, and what's inside is far more dangerous than prophecy." In the days that followed, the tower's influence spread across Hogwarts like a slow poison. Students found their wands responding sluggishly, then erratically, then not at all. Magical creatures fled the forest en masse. Centaurs abandoning ancient territories, thestrals taking wing in swirling, panicked flocks. Even the ghosts grew faint, their silvery forms thinning until they were barely perceptible. Meanwhile, the Department of Mysteries had established a permanent presence in the tower, much to Headmaster Potter's dismay. Teams of unspeakables catalogued every rune, measured every magical fluctuation, and attempted repeatedly to communicate with the Oracle, which remained silent after its initial proclamation. Only Thaddeus and Lyra, working in the relative privacy of an abandoned classroom, pursued a different approach. "My ancestors' journals confirm it," Lyra explained. Ancient parchments spread across desks pushed together. Artemis Scamander, not the famous Magizoologist, but his forgotten sister, was among the 7 wizards who constructed the tower in 1347. They built it to contain something they called the Devourer, an entity that consumed magic directly from its source. Thaddeus examined the diagrams she'd uncovered, complex arrays of runic circles surrounding a central void. These looked like binding patterns I've studied in wand lore, old magic. Blood magic? Exactly. Lyra's finger traced a specific sequence. They couldn't destroy the Devourer. It was too powerful, too fundamental to magic itself. So they bound it, using their own life forces, literally tying pieces of their souls to it as anchors, preventing it from fully manifesting. And now those anchors are failing, Thaddeus concluded, the pieces aligning in his mind. That's what the Oracle meant about the wellspring faltering. But why now, after all these centuries? Lyra hesitated before drawing from her robes a tarnished silver locket. When opened, it revealed not a portrait, but a swirling silvery substance, neither gas nor liquid. This is the last memory of Artemis Scamander. According to family tradition, it can only be viewed by her direct descendant when the tower returns. I've been afraid to look, but... Thaddeus placed his hand over hers. Whatever it shows, you won't face it alone. The memory revealed the truth in horrifying clarity. The Devourer was no creature but a consequence, a manifestation of magic's attempt to balance itself after wizards began harnessing its power too greedily. The 7 binding wizards had sacrificed pieces of themselves to create the Oracle as both prison and warning system. Every 5 centuries, the bindings would naturally weaken, requiring renewal through similar sacrifice. But the bloodlines were supposed to continue, Lyra explained hollowly as they emerged from the memory. 7 families, each maintaining their connection to the original binding, except wars happened, families died out, lines ended. How many remain? Thaddeus asked, though he suspected the answer. Just mine. The others were lost through time, the last during Grindelwald's rise. She gazed out the window toward the tower, which now seemed to shimmer with barely contained energy. The Oracle's prophecy gave us until the 3rd solstice moon, the summer solstice, 3 days from now. Then we have 3 days to find another solution, Thaddeus said firmly. Because I'm not letting you sacrifice your soul or any part of it. His determination sparked something within Lyra, a fragile hope. The wand shaper with eyes that pierce veils. That's what the Oracle called you. Perhaps that's not coincidence. Thaddeus considered this, mind racing through his family's accumulated knowledge of wand lore. There are legends of wands that could channel power beyond ordinary magic, wands that drew from the same wellspring as the Devourer itself. Could you make such a wand? Lyra asked, sudden intensity in her gaze. Not alone, he admitted, but with the right materials, the right knowledge. His eyes lit with sudden inspiration. And access to the original binding circle within the tower. The summer solstice arrived with unnatural swiftness. the days between seeming to blur together as magic throughout Britain grew increasingly unstable. At the ministry, entire departments found themselves unable to perform even basic spells. At Hogwarts, the staircases froze mid-movement, portraits hung eerily empty, and the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall showed only a consuming void. The Unspeakables had abandoned the tower the previous day, after 3 of their number vanished while attempting to contain the oracle, which had begun emitting a high, piercing note that drove listeners to madness. Only James Potter remained, coordinating evacuation efforts while controversy swirled in the press about his handling of the crisis. As twilight approached on the solstice, Thaddeus and Lyra slipped into the tower, carrying the fruits of their desperate research. Thaddeus had worked without sleep for 72 hours, crafting a wand unlike any in his family's long history, its core a freely given phoenix tear suspended in freely given unicorn blood, its wood from a tree that had grown where 2 ley lines crossed. "It will only work once," he warned as they ascended the now familiar stairs, "and I don't know if it will be enough." "It has to be," Lyra replied simply. They found the oracle chamber transformed. The marble had darkened to obsidian, the gold veins pulsing red like exposed arteries. The orb no longer hovered but spun violently, cracks appearing across its crystalline surface as something within fought for freedom. "We need to recreate the binding circle," Lyra directed, unfolding Artemis's diagrams, "exactly as it was, but with your wand at the center rather than me." They worked with frantic precision, chalking complex patterns across the floor, placing 7 objects at crucial junctures, items Lyra had collected from the descendants of the original binding families, containing traces of their magical signatures. The last piece was Lyra's ring, which she removed with visible reluctance. "This contains the last fragment of Artemis's binding spell," she explained. "With it, the circle can channel your wand's power to strengthen the existing anchors rather than creating new ones." As moonlight struck the tower's peak, the oracle's spin reached fever pitch. Cracks spread across the chamber floor and walls as the building itself began to destabilize. Through these fissures, Thaddeus could see not stone, but pure, chaotic magic, the raw stuff of creation, twisted into hunger incarnate. "Now!" Lyra cried as the moon reached its zenith. Thaddeus plunged his creation into the center of the circle. The unique wand made contact with the floor and, contrary to all wand lore, all magical theory, drove through the solid stone as if it were water, sinking until only its handle remained visible. For one terrible moment, nothing happened. Then the wand began to glow with the same colors Thaddeus had always seen flowing around magic users, but intensified 1,000-fold, blinding in their brilliance. The light spread along the chalked lines, igniting each of the 7 objects, including Lyra's ring, which rose into the air, spinning in counterpoint to the oracle. The crystalline orb's rotation slowed, then stopped. Its cracks sealed themselves as the chaotic magic visible through the floor's fissures was drawn upward, channeled through the wand and into the binding pattern. The oracle's face formed once more, its expression now one of reluctant submission rather than prophetic dread. "The balance shifts," it intoned. "The bargain changes, not soul for prison, but magic for guardian." The wand shaper reshapes the binding. The last guardian surrenders her charge. The price is paid differently, but paid nonetheless. The light reached crescendo, then vanished abruptly, plunging the chamber into darkness. When their vision adjusted, Thaddeus and Lyra found the room restored to its original state. Marble walls, golden veins, and the oracle hovering serenely above its plinth. But the wand was gone, absorbed completely into the binding. What did it mean? Thaddeus asked, helping Lyra to her feet. "And about the price being paid differently." Lyra held up her hand, where her ring had reappeared, but the captured starlight within its amber setting had vanished, replaced by ordinary transparency. More troubling, when Thaddeus looked at her with his special sight. The magical currents that had always flowed so vibrantly around her were diminished, thinned to mere whispers of their former strength. "My family's gift," she said softly. "The ability to sense and communicate with the oracle, it's gone." A complex emotion crossed her face, grief mingled with relief. 20 generations of Scamanders bound to watch and wait for this moment, and now we're free. Outside, dawn broke over Hogwarts with normal, golden light. Throughout the castle, portraits stirred back to life, staircases resumed their movement, and wands responded once more to their master's commands. In the great hall, the enchanted ceiling showed a sky of perfect ordinary blue. The forgotten tower remained, no longer a resurgent threat, but a permanent reminder, a sentinel of stone and magic, standing eternal guard over the power it contained, anchored now not by unwilling souls, but by a wandmaker's final masterpiece. And if sometimes, on certain moonlit nights, students claimed to hear whispers from its highest windows, prophecies and warnings of things yet to come, well, that was simply the price of magic in a world where balance must always, eventually, be restored. Story 4. The ancient stones of Hogwarts trembled that midnight in October, not with the familiar vibrations of moving staircases or the groans of settling foundations, but with something deeper, a primal awakening from the very heart of the castle. The tremor lasted but 7 seconds, yet when it ceased, 4 students from 4 different houses found themselves inexplicably awake, drawn to windows that faced the center of the school grounds, where a spectral light pulsed beneath the earth like a heartbeat long forgotten. Alaric Peverell sat alone in the Ravenclaw common room, his slender fingers tracing the tremor's aftermath in his enchanted journal. The quill recorded not ink, but magic itself, residual energies rippling through the castle in patterns only his trained eye could interpret. Descended from the third Peverell brother, Alaric had inherited more than just the family's pale complexion and solemn demeanor. He possessed an innate sensitivity to magic that both blessed and cursed him. "It's beginning," he whispered to the empty room, moonlight casting his shadow long across ancient tomes scattered about, just as the manuscripts foretold. By breakfast, rumors of the midnight tremor had spread through the great hall like fiend fire. Headmistress McGonagall assured the students it was merely the castle stretching its foundations, but Alaric noted how her eyes darted nervously to the enchanted ceiling, where storm clouds gathered despite the clear sky visible through the windows. At the Slytherin table, Morgana Malfoy dabbed her lips with deliberate precision, grey eyes calculating as she observed the staff table. 6th generation Malfoy and first female heir in centuries, she carried herself with the poise of ancient nobility and the cunning of a predator assessing prey. "Something shifted in the castle's magic," she murmured to no one in particular, though her words carried to Alaric at the neighboring table. Their eyes met briefly, acknowledgement passing between them without warmth or welcome, the way chess opponents might recognize worthy adversaries. Across the hall, Cedric Longbottom hunched over a peculiar plant at the Hufflepuff table, seemingly oblivious to the commotion. His hands, eternally soil-stained despite countless cleaning charms, gently stroked the quivering leaves of what appeared to be an ordinary fern, but which occasionally revealed teeth along its fronds when nobody was looking. Descended from war heroes yet lacking their boldness, Cedric found solace in herbology, where plants judged by root systems rather than family legacies. You felt it too, didn't you? The voice belonged to Elena Potter, who had appeared at his shoulder with the sudden intensity characteristic of her family line. Her Gryffindor robes were perpetually askew, red hair a wild tangle that defied both gravity and grooming charms. "Are the castle calling?" Cedric merely nodded, seemingly fascinated by his plant, but his fingers had stilled their movement. The first chamber revealed itself that very evening. Elena had been pacing the Gryffindor common room, restless energy preventing sleep when the massive stone fireplace, centerpiece of the tower for 1,000 years, groaned and shifted 3 feet to the left, revealing rough-hewn steps descending into darkness. Unlike her famous ancestors, Elena didn't hesitate before plunging into unknown depths, wand illuminating ancient passages untouched by house elves or students for centuries. The corridor ended at a circular chamber where a stone effigy of Godric Gryffindor stood, sword raised high, eyes seemingly tracking her movements. By morning, similar discoveries echoed through the houses. The Hufflepuff common room floor had split open during a particularly enthusiastic rendition of the school song. A bookshelf in Ravenclaw Tower had dissolved into mist when Alaric tested an obscure translation charm on a seemingly blank tome, and in the Slytherin dungeon, Morgana had deliberately pressed her family ring against a serpentine carving that had appeared overnight, causing an entire wall to liquefy like mercury. Each house had found its secret chamber. Each contained a founder's statue. Each statue held one hand extended, palm up, as if awaiting an offering. They must be activated simultaneously, Alaric explained 3 nights later in the abandoned astronomy tower, where 4 students who would normally never associate had gathered under strictest secrecy. Ancient star charts spread across the floor illustrated his theory. Constellations aligned with the castle's foundations, magical ley lines intersecting beneath the Great Hall. According to my family's records, the third brother Peveril discovered something beneath Hogwarts, something the founders sought to contain rather than destroy. Something so powerful it required all 4 of their combined magics to subdue. And now it's awakening, Morgana added, examining her perfect nails with affected boredom that couldn't quite mask her excitement. The tremors are increasing in frequency. Whatever containment spell they cast is failing. But McGonagall specifically forbade exploration of the chambers, Cedric protested, his round face flushed with anxiety. This after what happened to that second year who tried to enter the Hufflepuff passage. Boils are temporary, Elena dismissed with a wave. Knowledge is forever. Besides, my family has a certain tradition of disregarding rules when necessary. Your family has a tradition of surviving by sheer luck, Morgana countered with a smirk. Before wands could be drawn, Alaric intervened, revealing an ancient parchment, edges crumbling, text fading. This is from my ancestor's journal. It speaks of the true purpose of Hogwarts being revealed when the 4 are awakened in harmony. I believe the founders left these chambers as a failsafe. If we don't activate them before the next full moon, whatever power they were containing will break free without control. The 4 exchanged glances, centuries of house rivalries warring with the immediate threat. Jimmy will need items representing each founder, Alaric continued. Something personal, powerful. The statues won't respond to just anyone. They'll need proof we're worthy successors. The next week passed in secret expeditions and clandestine research. Elena smuggled her family's invisibility cloak from home via a particularly disreputable owl. Cedric convinced Professor Sprout to allow him access to Helga's original gardens in the eastern greenhouse, where he harvested a loyalty lily that bloomed once a century. Alaric decoded Rowena's personal cipher from margins of books in the restricted section, revealing the location of her lost diadem, not destroyed as history recorded, but hidden within the castle itself. Morgana alone returned empty-handed, tight-lipped about her failures to secure a Slytherin artifact, until the night before the ritual when she appeared at their meeting with a vial of silvery liquid. "Basilisk venom," she announced, holding it to the light, "mixed with the preserved blood of Salazar himself, family heirloom." None questioned how the Malfoys had obtained such a thing, nor why she'd been reluctant to reveal it. Some family secrets were best left undisturbed. The night of the ritual arrived with an unnatural storm that lashed the castle with lightning in impossible colors. The 4 students moved through secret passages, avoiding prefects and professors dispatched to maintain order amid the chaos. Each entered their house's chamber alone, bearing their precious artifacts, while Alaric's enchanted journal maintained communication between them. On my mark, his message glowed across 4 pages simultaneously. "Place your artifacts in the statue's hand and speak your house's true motto." In Gryffindor's chamber, Elena stood before the imposing statue, invisibility cloak draped across her arm. "Fortitude in face of fear," she whispered, placing the legendary fabric in stone hands that warmed at her touch. In Hufflepuff's earthen chamber, Cedric gently laid the golden loyalty lily in Helga's outstretched palm. "Steadfast through adversity," he spoke, voice growing firmer with each word. Alaric stood before Ravenclaw's elegant marble effigy, placing the restored diadem upon her palm. "Wisdom beyond measure," he intoned, feeling magic surge through ancient stone. In Slytherin's chamber, Morgana uncorked the ancient vial, pouring its contents into Salazar's waiting hand, where it pooled without spilling. "Ambition conquers all," she declared, a triumphant gleam in her eyes. The castle shuddered. Stone ground against stone as the 4 chambers began moving, descending, converging toward a central point deep beneath the school. The students braced themselves against walls that shifted like living things, staircases forming beneath their feet, carrying them ever downward. When movement ceased, they found themselves in a vast spherical chamber larger than the Great Hall, where the 4 founder statues now stood at cardinal points around a central dais. Upon the platform pulsed a swirling nexus of raw magic, colors flowing and merging, power so concentrated it distorted the air itself. "The primordial wellspring," Alaric breathed, eyes wide with wonder. "The source of all British magic. The founders didn't build Hogwarts as a school, they built it as a containment vessel. And now it will be mine," Morgana's voice cut through his revelation. She stood closest to the dais, wand already weaving complex patterns. "Did you really think a Malfoy would help you contain power rather than claim it?" She produced a small black stone from her robes, unremarkable except for the faint symbol etched upon its surface. The Resurrection Stone, recovered from the Forbidden Forest decades ago by my grandfather, the final key. "Morgana, you don't understand." Alaric stepped forward urgently. "That magic can't be controlled by one wizard alone. The founders together could barely direct it." "The founders were weak," she snapped. "They feared true power. My bloodline doesn't." Before any could stop her, she cast the stone into the swirling nexus. The magic seized it, colors shifting rapidly toward deepest green. The chamber trembled violently as the wellspring began to rise, tendrils of power reaching toward Morgana like a living entity recognizing its new master. Cedric moved first, displaying unexpected bravery as he tackled Morgana away from the dais. Elena leapt into action, attempting to contain the expanding energy with shield charms that shattered upon contact. Alaric frantically consulted his ancestors' notes, searching for any contingency plan. And we need all 4 founders' magics to reset the containment, he shouted above the roaring magic. Each statue must be activated by its house descendant. Understanding flashed across their faces. Even Morgana, struggling against Cedric's surprisingly strong grip, paused at the implications. You mean? Eleanor began. Yes, Alaric confirmed grimly. Each of us must sacrifice our artifact and a portion of our own magic. Permanently. The choice hung between duty and self-preservation, between what was easy and what was right. Around them, the chamber began to crack as magic seeped through, seeking freedom after a millennium of containment. One by one, they moved to their house statues. Cedric first, then Elena, then Alaric, each placing a hand upon stone that flared with ancient recognition. Morgana hesitated longest, ambition warring with survival, until the chamber's ceiling began to collapse and she realized no power would matter in death. Together, Alaric called, and 4 voices spoke as one, incanting words that resonated with the castle's deepest foundations. Hogwarts Eternum, Magicae Custodum. Light exploded from the 4 statues, converging on the wellspring in chains of brilliant color. Scarlet, yellow, blue, and green, weaving together into a perfect containment lattice. The magic resisted, straining against new bonds, before gradually subsiding back into its ancient prison. The stone dais reformed around it, sealing with runes that pulsed once before fading into dormancy. In the sudden silence, 4 students stood changed, each feeling the absence of something vital given freely to Hogwarts itself. Their sacrificed artifacts had vanished, consumed by the ritual. But something else lingered in the chamber, understanding deeper than house rivalries, knowledge heavier than their years, and the weight of a secret that must remain buried beneath Hogwarts for generations to come. And the true purpose of Hogwarts, Elena whispered, was never just to teach magic, but to protect it, Alaric finished, from those who would abuse it, even from ourselves. As they made their way back through passages that now seemed to guide rather than hinder them, the castle settled around them with what felt remarkably like gratitude. Ancient stones hummed with renewed strength, and somewhere far above, the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall reflected not the storm outside, but a sky filled with stars that hadn't been seen together for 1,000 years. 4 students from 4 houses returned to their dormitories as dawn broke over Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, a school that had always been so much more than it seemed. Story 5. The ancient stones of Hogwarts whispered secrets that winter night, as snow fell like silent memories upon the Scottish Highlands. Through the stained glass windows of the potions classroom, moonlight cast prismatic reflections from a small crystal shard that Professor Valeria Snape held between slender fingers. Within its facets, images danced, scales that gleamed like diamond, wings that rang like chimes when unfurled, and eyes of impossible depth that had witnessed the birth of magic itself. The last memory of Crystalis Draconis, she murmured, her voice carrying the same measured cadence as her father's once had, though lacking its cutting edge. The 7th-year students leaned forward, enchanted not just by the rarity of what they witnessed, but by the unusual display of wonder on their typically stoic professor's face. None noticed the cloaked figure watching from the shadowed doorway, his grey eyes reflecting the crystal's light like a predator in the night. 300 miles north, amidst the untamed peaks where Scotland surrendered to Skye, treasure hunters Barrow and Flint blasted through ancient wards with crude efficiency. Stone guardians crumbled to dust as they penetrated deeper into the mountain. Merlin's beard, Barrow whispered as they entered the central chamber. And the legends were true, Before them stretched a cavern, vast enough to house a cathedral, its walls lined with dragons frozen in crystalline perfection, dozens of them caught mid-flight, mid-roar, mid-slumber. Their transparency captured internal anatomy in exquisite detail. Hearts still seemingly beating, blood vessels branching like delicate river systems, magical cores pulsing with dormant power. "We'll be richer than the Malfoys," Flint said, raising his wand to sever a crystal talon from the nearest dragon. The mountain shuddered in protest. Orion Black had spent 15 years trying to forget his family name. The last surviving member of the once noble House of Blackay, he had forged his own path as an aura of exceptional ability, until his methods grew too unorthodox for the Ministry's comfort. Now he worked alone, taking only cases that interested him, answering to no one. The letter from Hogwarts' headmistress had been unexpected. Even more surprising was the assignment: investigate a new black market trade in dragon crystals with strange mnemonic properties. "These aren't ordinary dragon parts," explained Minerva McGonagall, now silver-haired but sharp as ever. "These crystals contain memories, not just images, but emotions, knowledge. In the wrong hands, they become weapons," Orion finished, his voice carrying the aristocratic tones he'd never managed to shed despite his best efforts. "Where do I start?" "With Professor Snape. She's been analyzing the fragments." Orion's eyebrow arched. "Snape, Severus Snape left no heirs." McGonagall's expression remained impassive. "And officially, Valeria Snape recognized the Black family features immediately. The sharp cheekbones, the storm-grey eyes, the regal bearing that even disgrace couldn't erase. What she hadn't expected was the intelligence behind those eyes, or the lack of prejudice she'd braced herself to encounter. "The crystals are changing," she explained in her laboratory, walls lined with ingredients her father would have approved of. Fresh samples remain inert, but older fragments begin developing something akin to sentience after prolonged handling. She demonstrated by placing a shard in Orion's palm. Immediately, images flooded his mind. Vast skies seen from impossible heights, the thrill of diving through clouds, the ancient power of flame building in his chest. "Dragon memories," he gasped, nearly dropping the crystal. "More than memories. Essence." Valeria's dark eyes, so like her father's, gleamed with scholarly intensity. "I believe the dragons aren't extinct. They're transformed, preserved in crystal by some ancient magic." Orion studied her face, searching for the calculated deception Snapes were known for. "And what brought you to this theory, Professor?" She hesitated before retrieving a small journal bound in weathered dragon hide. "My father's research. He suspected the existence of crystal dragons since before the Second Wizarding War. These notes were his final bequest to me, his only acknowledgement of my existence." The bitterness in her voice was familiar to Orion, the pain of being both blessed and cursed by infamous lineage. "We need to find the source," he said simply. "We." Her eyebrow arched in perfect mimicry of her father. "I work alone, Professor Snape. As do I, Mr. Black." "How unfortunate for us both." The Highlands in January were merciless, wind cutting like knives enchanted with frost magic. Orion and Valeria traveled by broom, following traces of crystalline magic that only his specialized detection spells could track. Their breath crystallized before them as they ascended higher into the mountains. "The Ministry will have your license for this," Valeria noted as they crossed into restricted airspace. "They took that 3 years ago," Orion replied with a wolfish grin, "after I hexed the Deputy Minister's son for trafficking in unicorn blood." Valeria's lips twitched. "My father would have approved, though he would never have admitted it." Their uneasy alliance had shifted over the 3 days of travel. Initial suspicion had given way to grudging respect, then to something more complex, a recognition of kindred spirits, both forever marked by family legacies they hadn't chosen. As night fell, they made camp in a sheltered crevice. Valeria brewed a potion that warmed from within, more effective than any charm. Orion maintained protective wards, his wandwork elegant despite his rugged appearance. "And Greek, why did you leave the ministry?" she asked, passing him a steaming cup. Orion stared into the magical blue flames of their campfire. "The same reason you hide your parentage. Some names create expectations that poison everything they touch." He looked up at her. "At least you had the option of anonymity." "Anonymity isn't freedom," she countered. "It's another kind of prison." The night deepened around them, stars emerging like scattered crystal dust across the velvet sky. "They call you the half-blood princess behind your back," Orion said after a while. "At the ministry, those who suspect—" Valeria's smile was cold. "How unoriginal. And you, what do they call the last black?" "The Dark Star. Sirius reborn, but without his redemption." He shrugged. "Wizards fear what reminds them of their past mistakes, or future ones," Valeria added softly. "They found the sanctuary breached at dawn, ancient protection spells shattered like cobwebs. Inside, the magnificent cavern lay violated. Several smaller dragons had been harvested, leaving nothing but crystal dust and magical residue." "Barbarians!" Valeria hissed, rage rendering her more like her father than ever before. Orion moved cautiously through the cavern, wand extended. They left in a hurry, and recently, his trained eyes catalogued signs invisible to others, displaced air currents, trace magic, the faint echo of apparition. In the center of the cavern stood the largest dragon, at least 60 feet long, suspended in mid-roar. Unlike the others, its crystal form wasn't perfectly transparent. A core of swirling red-gold energy pulsed within its chest, like a heart still beating after centuries. Inscribed in the stone beneath it was an ancient prophecy in runes so old they predated standardized magical education. "When crystal shatters at solstice light, dragonfire shall cleanse what magic has marred, the unworthy consumed, the worthy transformed, and Britain returned to its rightful guard." "Blood supremacy nonsense," Orion muttered, but Valeria had gone very still. "Look at the markings." She pointed to symbols carved around the dragon's crystalline form. "This is Merlin's work. These aren't just any dragons, they're the guardians of Albion. Merlin didn't destroy them, he preserved them." A slow applause echoed through the cavern. From the shadows emerged a tall figure in elegant robes of deepest green, flanked by a dozen wizards and witches in silver masks reminiscent of Death Eaters. "Impeccable scholarship, Professor Snape," said Lucius Malfoy to Owen, his platinum hair and pointed features a perfect echo of his grandfather. "You truly are your father's daughter." Orion moved protectively toward Valeria, but she had already drawn her wand. "The Purifiers?" Orion growled. "I thought your little cult was disbanded after the Cardiff incident." Lucius smiled thinly. "Merely a strategic retreat. And now, thanks to our research, we understand what Merlin knew, that magic is fading from Britain because the bloodlines are weakening. These dragons aren't just creatures, they're repositories of pure magical essence." He gestured to the crystal fragments his followers were strategically placing around the cavern. "When the winter solstice light strikes at noon today, 15 minutes from now, the Guardian will awaken. Its fire will purify Britain of the unworthy, mudbloods, blood traitors, and other abominations." "You'll destroy everything," Valeria said, her voice level despite her rising alarm. "Dragonfire of this magnitude." Will cleanse, not destroy, Lucius interrupted. Those of pure intent and blood will be transformed, elevated. The rest, he shrugged elegantly. Orion assessed their odds, outnumbered, but not outmatched. He'd faced worse. Your father would be proud, Black, Lucius commented, standing with us to restore magical purity. My father was a fool who died for the wrong cause, Orion replied coldly, as was yours. Spells erupted like fireworks, illuminating the crystal dragons with fractured light. Valeria moved with unexpected grace, her dueling style precise and economical, just like her father's. Orion fought with the wild brilliance of his bloodline, unpredictable and devastating, but the purifiers had planned well. As they fought, the solstice light began penetrating the cavern through carefully engineered apertures. Crystal fragments positioned throughout the chamber amplified the light, directing it toward the great dragon. We can't stop the ritual, Valeria shouted to Orion as they found momentary shelter behind a crystal formation. The alignment is already beginning. The great dragon's core pulsed faster, its crystal form beginning to resonate with a high, clear tone that made their teeth ache. Cracks appeared along its surface, golden light spilling through. Orion met her eyes, a plan forming between them without words, the strange connection of two souls shaped by the same shadows. Your father's research, he said. Did he theorize how Merlin transformed them? A potion, she replied, already reaching into her robes. Combined with a specific incantation, I've been experimenting. Can you modify it? Redirect the transformation. A slow, dangerous smile spread across Valeria's face, a smile that would have made Severus Snape proud. Give me 3 minutes. As Orion launched himself back into battle, drawing fire from all directions, Valeria worked with furious precision, combining her prepared ingredients with crystal dust from the cavern floor. The dragon's resonance reached a painful pitch, the entire mountain trembling. When Lucius realized what she was doing, he abandoned his followers, charging toward her with murderous intent. Orion intercepted him, their wands blurring with the speed of their spellcasting. Now, Valeria, Orion shouted as the first major crack split the great dragon from snout to tail. Valeria threw her completed potion at the dragon's heart, simultaneously casting an incantation in ancient Celtic. The liquid absorbed into the crystal, turning the golden light to brilliant blue. The dragon shattered in an explosion of light and sound. Where they expected fiery destruction, instead came transformation. The crystal fragments didn't fall, they flowed, reforming into a dragon made of living light. It rose, magnificent and terrible, surveying the cavern with ancient intelligence. Its gaze fell upon the purifiers, who stood transfixed, one by one, their wands crumbled to dust in their hands. The dragons weren't weapons, Valeria breathed in wonder. They were judges. The dragon's voice resonated not in their ears, but in their minds. Magic is not in blood, but in heart. Those who would corrupt this truth lose the right to wield power. When the light faded, the purifiers remained, alive, unharmed, but forever changed. The magical cause within them had gone dormant, leaving them little more than squibs. Orion helped Valeria to her feet as the great dragon regarded them with ancient eyes. But the last, Black, the hidden Snape, what redemption you have found, children of Shadow. It spread wings of light that spanned the cavern. Around them, the other crystal dragons began to glow with inner fire. We returned to our slumber, but not as prisoners. As guardians still. Call when Britain has true need, not false pride. The dragon's form dispersed into countless motes of light that settled over the cavern, restoring the crystal dragons to their original state. But now with a subtle difference. They no longer appeared frozen, but merely resting, power contained, but not imprisoned. In the silence that followed, Orion and Valeria stood amid the unconscious forms of the purifiers, the weight of what they'd witnessed settling upon them. "The Ministry will never believe this," Orion said finally. Valeria's hand found his, her fingers cool and steady. "Then we tell no one, Some secrets are worth keeping." As dawn broke fully over the Scottish Highlands, two unlikely allies emerged from the mountain, the last of their bloodlines, carrying the redemption of their fathers, legacies, and the beginning of something entirely their own. Above them, the winter sky sparkled like crystal, holding the promise of dragons. Story 6. The first thestral vanished on the night of the harvest moon, when the veil between worlds grows thin and ancient magic stirs in the forgotten corners of Hogwarts. Elian Blackwood stood at his dormitory window, the only soul awake in Gryffindor Tower. When he heard it, a mournful cry that seemed to pierce not just the night, but reality itself. A sound no living creature should make, yet achingly familiar to the boy who had witnessed death's cold embrace far too many times. By morning, the groundskeeper reported the disappearance with puzzled concern. By week's end, 3 more thestrals had vanished without trace. Few students noticed, fewer still cared, invisible creatures slipping from an existence most couldn't perceive anyway. But Elian noticed something else. Small distortions in the castle corridors, patches where stone seemed to waver like heat mirages, portraits whose subjects complained of colors bleeding away at the edges of their painted worlds. "The fabric is unraveling," whispered Professor Moira Nightshade, her long silver-streaked hair gleaming in the candlelight of the divination tower. The eccentric teacher had summoned Elian after overhearing him describe the laments to his classmates. "The thestrals aren't just creatures, Mr. Blackwood. They're anchors between realms." Elian clutched the worn silver pendant that had belonged to his mother, his only inheritance besides the memories of watching both parents fall during the last dark wizard uprising 4 years ago. "I don't understand, Professor. They're just death horses, aren't they? Just death horses," a new voice echoed through the tower room, and the temperature plummeted. From the shadows emerged a pearlescent figure, the Grey Scholar, a ghost so rarely seen that most students believed him merely a legend. His translucent form carried ancient tomes that seemed both there and not there. "The thestrals are emissaries, sentinels. Their hooves walk in multiple worlds at once." Professor Nightshade nodded gravely. "Someone is stealing them, harvesting their power. And with each thestral taken, the boundaries between our world and the Shadow Realm weaken." The Grey Scholar drifted closer. "You hear their cries across the veil, young Gryffindor. A rare gift. Or curse, depending on how one views such things." Elian thought of the nightmares that had plagued him since the disappearances began. Visions of a vast twilight plain where skeletal trees reached toward a starless sky and winged shadows circled in endless formation, calling out in voices that made his very soul ache. "I've seen where they're from," he admitted, "in dreams." Professor Nightshade's eyes gleamed with sudden intensity. "The umbral plains. You've glimpsed the Shadow Realm." She exchanged a meaningful look with the ghost. He could find the passage. That night, guided by the Grey Scholar's whispered directions and Professor Nightshade's arcane calculations, Elian descended to a forgotten level beneath the dungeons. Ancient corridors gave way to rough-hewn tunnels where luminous fungi cast an eerie blue glow upon walls inscribed with symbols that seemed to shift when viewed directly. The last recorded opening was 3 centuries ago, the ghostly scholar explained, drifting alongside. "A ministry expedition. None returned, at least None returned unchanged. Elian gripped his wand tighter. Why are you helping me? You've hidden from everyone for decades. The spectral figure wavered. I was among those who first brought thestrals to guard Hogwarts. Their binding was not without cost. Atonement comes in many forms, even for the dead. At the tunnel's end stood a circular chamber where a pool of what appeared to be liquid shadow rippled without any breeze. Professor Nightshade was already waiting, surrounded by arcane implements and ancient texts. "The umbral mirror," she said, gesturing to the pool. "Normally sealed, but the thestral disappearances have created opportunities." "You mean weaknesses," the scholar corrected with disapproval. "Semantics, Archibald." Nightshade smiled thinly. "Mr. Blackwood, your connection to death and the thestrals makes you uniquely suited to cross over. Find what's happened to our missing guardians, and perhaps seal the breach before more damage occurs." Elian approached the pool cautiously. "How will I return?" The professor removed an ornate silver compass from her robes. "This will guide you back to this exact spot. The enchantment should last 24 hours. "Should?" Elian questioned. "Time moves differently in the Shadow Realm," the scholar warned. "And there are inhabitants. Ancient ones who remember when magic first sparked in mortal hearts." Before Elian could ask more questions, a distant cry echoed through the chamber, the unmistakable lament of a thestral, but distorted, pained. The liquid shadow in the pool rippled violently. "Someone's forcing a crossing," Professor Nightshade exclaimed. "Now, Elian!" "Before the path becomes too dangerous." Taking a deep breath, Elian clutched his pendant, closed his eyes, and stepped forward into the pool. The sensation wasn't of falling, but of shifting. Reality peeling away like layers of an onion, until he stood upon the twilight plain from his dreams. The umbral plains stretched before him, an endless expanse of purple-grey soil where skeletal trees twisted toward a sky filled with swirling mists rather than stars. In the distance, mountains like jagged teeth bit into the horizon. A soft wicker drew his attention. A young thestral, smaller than those at Hogwarts but unmistakable with its leathery wings and reptilian features, watched him from behind a twisted tree. "Hello," Elian whispered, extending a hand. "I'm looking for your kin." The creature approached cautiously, then nudged his palm with its skeletal muzzle. Images flooded Elian's mind. Thestrals being dragged through shimmering tears in reality, wizards in hooded robes wielding silver instruments, cages lined with runes that suppressed magic, and at the center of it all, a massive ritual circle where extracted thestral essence swirled into a growing vortex. "They're harvesting their connection to death," Elian realized aloud. "But why?" The ground trembled beneath his feet, and in the distance, a massive structure came into view, a ziggurat of obsidian stone that hadn't been visible moments before. At its summit, a pulsing light beat like a heart. The young thestral nudged him urgently in that direction. As Elian approached the ziggurat, he found more thestrals, dozens of them, including those missing from Hogwarts, chained with ethereal bonds to the structure's base. Their life force seemed to be slowly drawn upward, feeding the pulsing light. Hidden behind a withered grove, Elian observed robed figures patrolling the perimeter. Their movements were too fluid, too precise to be entirely human. "The cult of the Veiled Lady," came a whisper beside him. Elian nearly cried out. The grey scholar had somehow followed him, though his spectral form seemed more substantial in this realm. "Death is my domain now," the ghost explained simply. "This is the borderland of my existence. But more importantly, you face grave danger. Those cultists seek to resurrect Morvenna, an entity old as death itself. A chill ran through Elian. And the thestrals. Their unique existence bridges life and death. The cultists use them to thin the final barrier. The scholar's expression became grim. Led by their high priestess, who walks among the living, a terrible suspicion formed in Elian's mind, Professor Nightshade. Indeed, she sent you here not to save the thestrals, but as the final sacrifice, one who can hear their lament, who carries death's mark upon his soul. Understanding dawned like ice water in Elian's veins. The compass Nightshade had given him. He pulled it out to find it wasn't pointing toward the way home, but directly to the ziggurat's heart. A beacon, he whispered. She's tracking me. The scholar nodded gravely. You must free the thestrals. Their combined power can return you to Hogwarts and seal the breach. But how do I? A piercing cry cut through the air as the ziggurat's summit flared with blinding light. A tear opened in the swirling sky above, and through it came Professor Nightshade, no longer the eccentric teacher but transformed, her robes billowing with shadow stuff, eyes gleaming with ancient malice. The marked child arrives as prophesied. Her voice boomed across the plain, the final key to Morvenna's return. Elian clutched his mother's pendant, remembering her final words. Magic finds its truest expression in sacrifice, my love. Remember that. In that moment, he understood what he must do. Racing toward the chained thestrals, Elian raised his wand and cried out the most powerful severing charm he knew. The ethereal chains cracked but held. The cultists turned toward him, their forms shifting into something less human as they gave chase. The grey scholar interposed himself, his spectral form expanding. I can hold them briefly. The pendant, boy. Your mother was an unspeakable. The pendant is a soul anchor. With cultists converging and Nightshade descending from the ziggurat, Elian pressed his mother's pendant against the nearest chain and whispered her name. The silver flared with blinding light, and the chain shattered. A cascade effect followed, one breaking triggered another, then another, until all the thestrals stood free. They surrounded Elian in a protective circle as Nightshade's scream of rage tore across the plain. The freed thestrals raised their voices in unison, not a lament now, but a battle cry. They offer you a choice, the scholar said, struggling to maintain his barrier against the cultists. Return to Hogwarts and seal the breach, or venture deeper to confront Morvenna herself. Either path requires great sacrifice. Elian looked at the thestrals, at the ziggurat where ancient evil stirred, and at the pendant that had saved them, the last gift from his mother. Take me home, he told the thestrals, but this isn't over. As the thestrals' magic enveloped him and the shadow realm began to fade around him, Elian locked eyes with the furious Nightshade. I'll be waiting, he promised. And next time, I'll be ready. The last thing he saw before reality reasserted itself was the young thestral that had first approached him, its spectral head bowed in something like a pledge. Back in the chamber beneath Hogwarts, Elian found himself surrounded by the freed thestrals. With a certainty that came from somewhere beyond conscious knowledge, he directed them to form a circle around the umbral mirror. Their combined power forced the portal closed with a thunderous crack that shook the very foundations of the castle. In the Great Hall the next morning, Professor Nightshade's absence was announced as an unexpected sabbatical. Only Elian noticed the knowing look from the headmistress or the protective formation of thestrals now visible from every window of Hogwarts, sentinels standing guard against a threat few could comprehend. The grey scholar remained by his side. Visible now to all, his centuries of hiding ended. The breach is sealed for now, he told Elian quietly, "but Morvenna's cults have existed for millennia. They will find another way, another time." Elian touched his mother's pendant, which now bore a hairline crack but pulsed with inner light. "And we'll be waiting," he replied, hearing in the distance the proud cry of thestrals, no longer a lament, but a promise.